but I think he got one. I'm not really sure. I hadn't seen it. Nope, they give up a point. So the score right now is 3-0. Jeffrey's first bag was in. Brian setting up with a level one block. Jeffrey goes in, taking Kimmery's bag with him. Kimmery sets up another level one block in front of the hole in the blue zone. Jeffrey goes up. He's got a diamond block sitting on top of Brian's second bag. Brian goes up. He pushes his bag in, leaving his bag up against Jeffrey's bag. Jeffrey goes for the hard push, trying to hit it from behind and knocking his bag in, and ends up setting up on the board. Brian goes up, knocking one of Jeffrey's bags off, and his bag's hanging on, so that gives him 1 point. So Jeffrey R. and Justin B. with 3. Brandon K. and Adder T. has got 1. Adder's first bag is off to the right and off the board. Justin B.'s first bag is sitting down with a level 4 block on the bottom of the board. Wesley goes in. Justin goes in. Wesley goes up. He's sitting in front of the hole with a level 1 block in the blue zone. Justin B pushes it in and goes in with it. Wesley goes up. He has a level 1 block sitting in the blue zone. So it's an 8-on-7. So they got 1 more point. So now the score is 4-1. But you folks can see the score now. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We got Brian. Jeffrey's got first bag. He's throwing on the slick side. He goes in with his first bag. Brian goes up with his first bag, and it's in. Jeffrey follows. Brian's in. Jeffrey follows. Brian's in. They both have 3 bags apiece in right now. Jeffrey's up, and he goes off to the left and to the back of the board. Brian goes up, and his bag drips in for a 12-on-10. So now we have Wesley and Justin B throwing against each other. Wesley's up. He goes off to the right of the board. Justin's in with his first bag. Wesley's got a bag hanging in the blue zone, but it's out of his lane. He throws up for a level 1 block, setting kindly to the left of the hole, leaving a wall with his 2 bags on the board. Justin pushes it up and goes in between them. Wesley goes up and drags those 2 bags in. Then Justin's in with his 3rd bag. Wesley's in with his 4th bag. Justin's in with his 4th bag. So it's a 10-on-12, giving up 2 points. So now we got Jeffrey rushing, and Brandon Kimmery throwing back down. Jeffrey has first bag. Jeffrey's first bag is in. Brian's first bag, he's got a diamond block sitting on the right-hand side, just about in the middle of the board. Jeffrey goes up doing a side-by-side. Now he's pushed Brandon's bag over just a little bit. Brandon pushes that bag in, but ends up going to the right with his second bag. Jeffrey goes up and pushes that bag in. He's got a 9. Brandon goes up. He's got a 7. Jeffrey goes in for a 12. Brandon goes in for a 10, giving up 2 more points. So now the score is 8-3, favor Jeffrey Russian and Justin B. Justin has first bag. Here's his first bag and his delivery. It goes to the right. It's sitting on the blue zone, but it's out of play. Wesley goes in. Justin goes to the left. His bag is setting back. The corner is in the in the blue zone. Wesley pushes it back a little bit further and goes in. Now Wesley has 3 bags in already. This is, his 3rd bag. That's his 3rd bag. Justin goes in for a 8. Wesley's got 9. Wesley throws and goes in for a 12, making it 7-8. All right, Jeffrey. Brian's first bag. Brian Kimmery's in with his first bag. Jeffrey Russian's in with his first bag. Brian's off to the left. His bag's hanging in the hole. Jeffrey pushes up against it just a little bit to block it. Brian goes up with a push, pushes his bag in, leaving his other bag sitting on the board in front of the hole to the left in Jeffrey's lane. Jeffrey goes up and he hits kind of hard, bouncing out to the right just a little bit, giving Brandon a wall up the middle. Now Jeffrey can take this, if he can take this bag and go in with it, it's a 8 on 10, and we have a lead change. So we got a lead change now. The score is 9-8, favor Brandon Kimmery and Wesley Hartzell. Wesley's first bag is up in the middle. It's got a level 2 block sitting outside of the blue zone. He's in Justin B's lane. Justin goes up with a push to lay up behind it, ends up going to the left of it, but now he's sitting in Wesley's lane. Wesley goes up, pushes that bag, first bag in, and goes kindly to the right. Justin pushes that bag and it goes to the right, pushing Wesley's bag further to the back of the board. Then Wesley goes off to the left. Now Justin can go in without taking Wesley's bag, and he don't. He goes, pushes Wesley's bag further to the back of the board. Now Wesley goes up and goes to the right. Now Justin has to be in order to wash it out. And that's what happens. He ends up washing it out. So now we have Kimmery and Russian up again. They're throwing back down. So here we go. Brandon Kimmery's first bag is up and in the middle. He's got a level 1 block sitting in the blue zone. Jeffrey goes up and goes to the left, and that bag's out of play. Kimmery pushes his first bag in and goes in with it. Jeffrey goes to the back of the board and pushes his bag off the board, leaving his 1 bag on the board. Kimmery's up with a level 1 block in front of the hole. Jeffrey goes, pushes Brandon's bag up, goes to the right. Brandon goes in for a 12. Russian goes in for a 5. Making it 16-8 now. So here we go. We got Wesley Hartzell and Justin B. Wesley's in with his first bag. Justin's in with his first bag. Wesley's up and he's off to the right in Justin's lane. Justin goes around Wesley's bag and goes in. He's going to make Wesley take his own bag in. Wesley goes up and takes that bag. Justin goes up and goes off to the left just a little bit. Wesley goes up and he goes to the left. Justin goes in. It's an 8 on 10. If Justin would have went in, it would have been a 10-10 wash, but he ends up giving up 2 points, making the score now 18-8. So now we have Kimmery and Russian throwing back down. Kimmery's up and he's off to the right to the back of the board. That bag is sitting on the blue zone, but it's not close to the getting in. Goes up with his next bag, bounces off of Jeffrey's bag. Jeffrey bounces off his own bag and goes in. Brandon goes in with his 3rd bag. Jeffrey goes off to the right with his next bag. Brian goes up and goes in with his fourth bag, giving him a 10. Jeffrey goes up and goes in. It's 8 on 10, giving Kimry and Hartzell 20 points, making the score 20-8. Now we got Hartzell and B, Justin B. Hartzell's off to the right with a level 3 block, setting outside of the red zone, blue zone. Wesley goes in and around. He hits off of that bag and goes in. Justin blocks behind Wesley's bag. Wesley goes up with a level 2 block, setting outside of the blue zone. Justin goes up and sets up behind Wesley's bag. Wesley pushes one of his bags in, but he goes off to the right, off to the left and goes off of the board. Justin B takes a timeout. He's wanting to see what he's got to do. It looks like he's got to make an airmail. So they talk, they shrug shoulders, they back at it. Here goes Justin. He's decided what's he gonna do. He's gonna try an airmail shot here, I think. He goes up, he goes off the back of the board, so it's a 7 on 5, giving up 2 points. So Wesley and Brian win that one. So now we got John McDufford and Joey playing Barrington K and Wesley Hartzell. All right. I hope everything's fixed out there. I hope everybody can hear me. Want to thank you for being patient and waiting on us to get our set up. You know, sometimes it's a little bit hard when you're new at this game, new at the setting up of the scores and the cameras and stuff like that. But we want to thank Hartzell's Garage Doors, Bust You Up Cornhole, Kelly's Bars and Grills, Bag Junkies, Headlights Are Us, Bridges Corp, and Angie's Pressure Washing. I want to thank all of those folks for their sponsorship here at Krave Cornhole. I want to thank all of you guys that's tuning in out there and listening to the broadcast live. Want to thank all of the players for coming here tonight. Appreciate them very much for participating in this tournament. We're missing several folks, but they're on the road traveling. They're going to the next ACL tournament. We want to thank Scotty and Amy Gore, Jennifer Cook and Mickey Cook for allowing us to come down here and play in this establishment that he has created here, and it's a beautiful establishment. You can see by the videos that we have boards set up, and they're nice boards. We got a lot of good players down here. Most of them are not intermediate but competitive. So most of them play in the ACL competitive division. But they still come down here. This is where they get their practice at, getting ready for these tournaments that comes to the headquarters down here in Rock Hill, South Carolina. We got a Mr. John Dufford throwing against Wesley Hartzell. Wesley's got 2 bags already in, and he's just made his 3rd bag. John's off to the right, off of the back of the board. He has 2 bags off. Wesley goes up with an airmail and goes in, but I think this is a down and back. All right, here we go. Brian spinning the bag. Everybody saying their good lucks, tipping their hats, and here we go. Brian Kimmery with first bag. He goes in. Joey goes up. He's got a level 2 block, and it's in the diamonds. Brian goes around that bag. Joey goes up trying to push that bag up, ends up glancing off of it and going to the left. Brian goes in with his 3rd bag. Joey goes up dragging his first bag in. Brian goes off, and he's off to the left with he gets a 10. And we have a whoopsie. Joey throws a whoopsie, giving up 3 points. So here we go. We got Wesley and John McDufford throwing back down. Wesley goes to the left. That bag is out of play. John goes up, and he does a whoopsie. Wesley's in with his 2nd bag. John's in with his 2nd bag. Wesley's off to the left with his 3rd bag. John's up and in with his 3rd bag. All right, Wesley's in with his 4th bag, making it an 8 for him. If John goes in, he gets a 1, so it ends up being John going in. John gets 1 point. So now we got Brandon K, Brandon Kimmery, Wesley Hartzell. Brandon's throwing against Joey, and Joey goes up. He's got a level 2 block in front of Brian's lane. He's in Brian's lane. Brian goes up and goes to the left, and he sets that bag right in the edge of the hole. Joey goes up and goes off to the right just a little bit, pushing his bag in. Brian drags that first bag he throwed in. Then Joey goes up a little bit hard and goes to the right, goes to the back of the board. Both of those bags are out of play. Brandon goes in with his 3rd bag, making it a 9 on 8. Brandon goes up, and his bag hangs up on the left-hand side of the board for a 10. They end up getting 2 points, making the score now Brandon K and Wesley Hartzell 5 to John McDufford's and Joey's 1. Wesley's up the middle. He's setting up the middle. He's got a level 1 block in the blue zone. John tries to go behind it and push it up. It ends up going to the little bit further to the left than he expected. Wesley drags that first bag in. John goes off to the left again. Wesley goes in. John goes off to the right, goes off of the back of the board. Wesley goes up the middle and goes in for a 12 on 2 right now. And so it's 12 on 5, giving up 7 points, making it a 12 to 1 now. So now we have Brian and Joey throwing back down. The score is 12 to 1, favor Hartzell and Kimmery. Kimmery's off to the right. That bag's out of play. Joey goes up the middle and in. Brian goes off to the right again. Joey goes up and goes off of Brandon's bag and in. Right now it's 6 on 2. Brian goes to the bounces off to the back of the board, and Joey goes in with his third bag, making it 9-on-3 right now. Kimmery goes up with a hard push, leaving that bag on the board. Joey goes up and goes to the left, ends up getting a 10-on-4. All right, John McDufford, who's got first bag. John's first bag is off to the left. It's setting in the Wesley's lane. That bag's still playable. Wesley goes to the right of it, sits up beside of it. John goes to the left, sitting behind his first bag. Wesley goes up for an airmail push, ends up knocking one of John's bag in. So John goes up behind Wesley's bag with a level 2 block sitting in Wesley's lane. Wesley does a hard push, ends up knocking John's bag to the back, but that bag's still playable. It's on the slick side. John goes up and it goes to the left, and it's sitting there at the hole. So Wesley's going to decide what he wants to do here. Let's see. He goes up with an airmail, dragging one bag, leaving John's bag on the board, making it an 8-on-6. Taking 2 more points. All right, Brian's first bag is in. Joey's first bag is off to the right. Brian's off beside of Joey's bag. He's setting, and then Joey is sitting in the middle of the hole. Brian drags Joey's bag in and goes off to the left. Those 2 bags, the one bag is out of play. Now Brian can play this other bag to the right here, and he twists it around a little bit, but not quite far enough. Joey goes in for a 10. Brandon has an 8, scores 9-14. So now we have John McDufford in. He's up. All right. All right, John sets that first bag up in front of the hole, but he's about a level 2. Wesley goes around it and goes in. He tries to go around it with his second bag, ends up going to the right. He's got more of the bag out of the lane than he does in the lane. John goes up and lays up on top of Wesley's bag, holding it down. Now Wesley has to decide. Wesley goes up hard and goes off the board to the left. John goes up. He pushes his bag forward, allowing Wesley's bag to fall in. Wesley goes up for an airmail and misses. So now the score is 12-14. Joey and John are coming back. Brandon and Wesley still in the lead. All right, Joey's first bag is in. Brandon's first bag is off to the left in Joey's lane. Joey goes up and goes around Brandon's bag and goes in. Brandon goes up, pushing his bag a little closer, sitting in the middle of the hole, and Joey does a whoopsie. Brandon goes up, dragging 2 bags in, leaving one to the left. Oh, Joey goes up and hits the front of the board again with another whoopsie. Brian goes in, making it a 10-on-6. Now the score is 18-12. Favor Brandon Kimmery and Wesley Hart. So Wesley's up and in with his first bag.
Mike, is the score big enough?
Yeah.
Is it big enough for you to see?
Yeah. So now we got 1 bag in, 2 bags in for Wesley Hart. So 1 for John. John's in with his second bag. Here goes Wesley. It goes off to the right. He's sitting in John's lane. Now John's going to try to go in around that bag. He goes too far to the left. So now Wesley's bag is to the right, but it's sitting on the edge of the blue zone. Wesley goes up and off to the right and off of the board. John goes up and goes in for a 10 on 7, making it 15-18 now. All right, Joey has first bag. Joey goes up and he goes in with his first bag. Brandon's up and he's in. Joey's up and he's off to the right. He's in Brandon's lane, but it's a little far to the right. Brandon pushes it, bullies it over just a little bit more to the right, sits up right beside of it. Joey throws the spin around it, ends up pushing tight up against Brian's bag. Now Brian's got to throw this bag just a little bit hard to get 2 of those bags in on the slick side. He's got it on the slick side right now. He's fixing to make his delivery. There it goes. He drags that 1 bag in, sets up with a level 1 block in the blue zone. Now Joey has to decide what he wants to do here. He goes up with a hard push, ends up clogging up the hole. All right. Brandon goes up and he knocks him in. It's a 10-10 wash. All right, so we have John and Wesley throwing back down. John McDufford has first bag. It's 18-15, favor Brandon and Wesley. John's first bag is in. Wesley's bag is off to the right and out of play. John's second bag is in. It's 6 on 1 right now. Wesley's next bag is in, 6 on 4. John's third bag is in for a 9 on 7. Oh, it's a 9 on 5. Wesley throws to his bag goes to the right. Now here's John. He has a 12. Wesley has to be in or on the board. He's in, making it an 8 on 12. Favor John McDuffie, and we have a lead change. It's 19-18. Favor John McDufford and Joey. Joey's first bag is off to the right in Brandon's lane. It's setting in the hole. Brandon goes up, dragging Joey's bag in, setting up with a level 1 block. Joey goes up, hits it a little bit hard, and goes to the right. Brandon goes in with his next bag. Joey goes in with his next bag. Now Brandon's in with his third bag, making it a 9 on 7 right now. Joey's off to the left just a little bit. If Brandon goes in, he gets 2 points, 4 points, and that's the game. Brandon Kimmery and Wesley Hartzell win another round. So now we got Brandon and Wesley against Veronica and Tony Manus. Okay, folks, want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. Thank you for listening to the broadcast. If you are, we appreciate it very much. Want to thank Hartzell's Garage Doors and Company, Bust You Up Cornhole, Kelly's Bars and Grills, Bag Junkies, Headlights Are Us, Bridges Corp, Angie's Pressure Washing. Want to thank all of these folks for participating in the development of this facility down here. Want to say we appreciate you giving us a place to come and play. Thank you for your support and your donations here at Krave Cornhole. Want to thank all of you guys for coming out and participating tonight in this tournament. They some here we hadn't seen in a while, and they some here we see every week. But we want to thank them for coming out, participating. We always love to have fun here at Krave Cornhole. So here we go. We got Veronica P. and Tony Manus throwing against Brandon Kimry and Wesley Hartzell. All right. I'm going to take a short break. Okay, we back now. Sorry about that. We've got Veronica and Tony playing against Brandon and Wesley again. This is their second time. Sorry I didn't get here for the throws. But anyway, Veronica and Tony got 2 points. So now we got Veronica's up first. She throws her first bag in. Brandon's up. His first bag's in. Veronica's up, and she throws one right up the middle. That bag's kind of wadded up. Brandon goes up, pushes it up to go behind it, ends up going to the right of it. Now Veronica has a chance to go in with it, but she goes off the back of the board. She was on the slick side. She threw that bag on the slick side. Now Brandon's going to try to go around that bag and go in the middle, but he ends up going to the right a little bit further than he wanted to. Now Veronica's up the middle, and she's got her one bag up, so it's a 6-on-5, giving Brandon and Wesley 1 point, but it's still Veronica and Tony with 2. Wesley and Brandon have control of the board. Wesley's in with his first bag. Tony's up to the right. He's got a diamond block, but it's in his lane. Wesley pushes it around just a little bit, giving Tony a better opportunity to drag it up, and that's what he did. He drug it closer to the hole. He's sitting dead in front of the hole. Wesley goes up with a block behind those 2 bags right in the middle. Beautiful block. Tony just made a beautiful airmail shot, dragging one of those bags in. Now Wesley has to try to get this bag in and around Tony's bag. Wesley ends up knocking Tony's bag in and going to the right. Now Wesley still has a bag in the middle. Tony goes up for the airmail and misses, but he still gets 1 point. So now the score is 3-1, and Veronica and Tony have control of the boards now. Here's Veronica's first bag. It's up the middle. It's off to the left, but it's in the blue zone. Brandon goes off to the left, pushing Veronica's bag up just a little bit closer to the hole. Veronica goes off to the right, and she's got one bag out of play. Brandon sets up in the middle of the hole with his next bag. Veronica goes up right in the middle of Brandon's 2 bags, and they sitting there. Brandon goes up hard with a hard push and pushes that bag in. Veronica goes up, and she does a whoopsie. Now Brandon has an opportunity to score some big points here. It's a 10-on-3, giving up 7 points. Now the score, and we have a lead change. So now here's Wesley Hartzell, his first delivery. It's up the middle and in. Tony's first bag is in. Wesley's off to the left just a little bit, but it's in the blue zone in his lane. Tony goes up past it and goes in straight up the middle. Wesley goes up. He drags that bag just a little bit closer. Tony throws up and gets a block in the middle of to the right of the hole, giving Wesley an opportunity to drag that bag and go in, and he does. Now Tony can drag this bag. It's a playable bag, and he does, and Tony does. Let's go, Tony says. All right, so the score is 8-3 right now, favor Brandon Kimmery and Wesley Hartzell. Brandon has first bag. He's up the middle and in. He's up the middle and in. Veronica throws a level 2 block just outside of the blue zone. Brandon goes around that bag and goes in with a drop shot. Veronica pushes that bag up closer to the hole. Now Veronica's bag, Brandon goes in with Veronica's bag, cleaning it up. Now it's a clean hole. Veronica goes up and she's in with her third bag. Brandon goes up, he's in with his fourth bag. She goes up. Veronica goes to the right. And we got a 10 on 12, making it 10-3 right now. So here we go. We got Wesley Hartzell with first bag. Wesley's up and he's off to the left. Tony's up and in, up the middle. He's in. Wesley's in with his second bag. Tony's up and he's off to the right, but it's setting in the blue zone, setting at the edge of the hole. Wesley pushes up with a level 1 block halfway in the hole, setting on Tony's side. Tony pushes his bag in along with Wesley's. Now they both have a bag setting on the outside of the hole. Wesley with a 10. There's Tony with a 10. And we have a 10-10 wash. All right. Brandon has first bag. He's up and off to the right just a little bit. Veronica's up and she's in with her first bag. It's a 3 on 1. Brandon's in with his second bag. Veronica's up and she's got a level 1 block on Brandon in Brandon's lane. Brandon tries to go around it and ends up going off to the back of the board. Veronica bullies his bag back further out of play. So Brandon has 2 bags that's out of play. Brandon goes up with his 4th bag and goes in for a 8. Veronica goes in for a 12. So now the score is 7-10. Veronica just brought them back into this game. So here's Tony with his first bag. Tony and Veronica has board control at this moment. Tony's up. He's off to the right just a little bit, but he's setting in the blue zone just right to the right of the hole. Wesley goes up the middle and blocks behind Tony's bag. Tony pushes up and pushes his bag just a little bit closer to the hole, but his other bag lands on top of it. Now Wesley does a replacement bag, and they both have a bag. Let's see, I think Tony's bags fell. Now Wesley's bags fell. So right now it's a 5 on 4. Wesley goes up with an airmail, knocking one bag in and going off the back of the board with the other. Now here's Tony's opportunity. It's a 5 on 6 right now. Tony goes up, and he goes too hard to the right, flipping his bag up on top of his other bag. Now Wesley can go up with a go around. He ends up going to the back. It's a 6 on 7. He only gains 1 point. All right. Veronica and Brian's throwing back down. All right, Brian's up. His first bag's in. His first bag's in. Veronica's first bag's in. Brian's up and off to the right with his second bag. Veronica's off the board with her second bag. Brian's up and he goes to the right just a little bit up against his second bag. Veronica goes up and pushes up against Brian's bag and goes in. Brian goes up for an airmail and off the back of the board. Right now, it's a 6 on 5. Veronica makes it a 9 on 5, getting 4 points. And we have a tie score of 11-11. And Tony Manus and Veronica P has the control of the board. Tony's up, and he does a whoopsie with his first bag. Wesley's off to the left, just outside of the hole, but it's in his lane, and it is playable. Tony pushes it around just a little bit for a diamond push. Wesley goes up, goes up against it, dragging it up closer to the hole and going in. Tony goes off to the right with his next bag. Wesley goes in with his third bag. Tony's up, and he does a block on Wesley's side. Now, Wesley can go in with this bag, giving him 7 points if he gets this bag in and drags his other bag, and it's sitting on the edge of the hole, and that's what he does, making it 7, giving them 7 points, making it 18-11 now. They jumped way out in the lead. All right, Brandon Kimry has first bag. Brandon's first bag is in. Veronica's first bag is in. Brandon's next bag is in. Veronica's off to the right. She's in Brandon's lane. Brandon goes up, pushing Veronica's bag a little further to the right. Veronica goes in with her next bag. Brandon goes in with his fourth bag. Veronica has to be in to stay alive, and it goes to the back of the board, giving up 4 points and the game. We want to let everybody know that we do not own the rights to this music that you hear playing here tonight. Wesley, y'all back up. Again. Yes. And welcome back to the Wesley Hartzell and Brandon Kimry Show.
I know, right?
We have Seth C. and Sequoia in for the next showing. They're the special guests of Wesley Hartzell and Brandon Kimry tonight here at Krave Cornhole. It's what? Mighty? Starting with the N?
Yeah, sock, mighty. That's how you pronounce it. It's Asian.
I'm just going to say Sockin.
Yeah, sock, mighty.
Sockmatic. Sockmatic, get up here. It's time to play. Let's see your skills. All right, we got Seth and Brandon throwing down for the warm-up. This is their warm-up right here. Oh, come on, Veronica.
I choked.
I got a special guest here tonight. Her name is Veronica. What's your last name? Pot. That's what I thought it was, but I didn't. I couldn't remember it, you know. You warm. I'm cold. I am cold. My legs even got cold. No, I ain't got no blanket. Mickey ain't going to give me no blanket. I brought this in from the truck, you know, so I'd be, you know, just in case. And, boy, I'll tell you what, I'm glad I did. Because I sat here, I got wet today. My camper shell on my truck started coming off. We changed it out today, trying to get it. I had it clamped down with some clamps. So I needed to take those clamps off because they were actually clamps that belonged to the mechanic that actually helped me get the camper shell. And in the process of doing that, the pieces that the guy gave me to put the camper shell, to hold the camper shell down, we had to put them on the edge of the metal. But what we should have done is put a block of wood up underneath them and made the clamps a little bit tighter. I think they're doing a one more down and back, right? Looks like it. They didn't change anything down on that end.
I played against them and they was hot. They was
Oh,
I couldn't find it after a while because my bag got too fat.
well, you and Tony come back. I was hoping y'all would beat Wesley and Brian that time. But it didn't happen, and it's okay. There's always another day, another time. Are you coming tomorrow night? Are you going to come?
It really depends. Everything starts at
They,
7.
yeah, but they're gonna be doing the Rounders tournament too, so you're gonna get to play a lot if you want. Yeah,
I went 5 and 2 last
I didn't play. I don't like the Rounders, but I'm coming tomorrow night and playing because they're playing the same thing at the Axe Hole up there in Lexington. So I'm coming down here instead of driving all the way to Lexington. You know, this is closer to home. All right, here we go. Wesley Hartzell's got a bag to the right. Sock's got one to the left. He throws another one, pushing that first bag up just a little bit, but they both to the left. Wesley's in the middle with two of his bags, and he's got the whole block. Now here goes Sock. Sock goes up, pushes one of Wesley's bags in, but stays right there. It's in his lane. He can drag this bag, but he also might drag Wesley's bag and clear the hole. And he throws the bag hard and goes to the back of the board. Wesley, it's a 7-on-4. Wesley and Brian gaining 3 points. Oh no, this is a down and back. They were still doing their down and back. I'm sorry, everybody. That didn't even mean nothing. I'm sitting here talking for nothing. I could have been talking to Veronica. All right, here we go. Brandon Kimry's first bag is in. Seth's first bag is off to the right, but it's hanging. It's in the blue zone, hanging in the hole. Brandon pulls it in just a little bit more with that bag. Seth pulls it just a little bit closer. Brandon goes off to the right. Brandon's bag's hanging in the hole too. Seth goes up. He's got a level 1 block sitting in the blue zone. Brandon goes up and he pushes beside a Seth's bag. Now it's blocked. On the right-hand side and the left, there's 2 bags each sitting, pinning up together in the hole. And Seth almost pushes Brandon's 2 bags in, but it just so happens his bag sitting on the right side prevented it from going in. So now we have Wesley Hartzell with his first bag, and it's a whoopsie. So here comes Sock, his first bag. His first bag's up. He's got a level 3 block sitting in the middle of the board in Wesley's lane. Wesley goes up against it, was going to do a go behind and ends up going off just a little bit to the left. But that bag is still playable. Both of these bags are playable. All right. Shot goes up. He hits that bag, drags it up closer to the hole. Now he has the hole blocked on the right-hand side. Wesley goes up and does a side-by-side. And he's sitting just behind his bag just a little bit on the left-hand side. Shot goes up for a drag, ends up dragging, pushing those bags closer or further apart, and they're sitting in the hole. Now Wesley has an opportunity to push 2 of Sock's bags in. Brandon's telling Wesley he needs to set up with a block and block it. So now we're going to see what his plan is. Wesley's got 1 bag off. He's got 2 bags sitting on the board. Now Sock's got 3 bags sitting on the board. 2 of them are sitting in the hole. So Wesley has to be careful here. Wesley goes up. One of Sock's bags goes in. Wesley goes off to the left just a little. But his bag is on the board. Sock is stepping out. It's a 5-on-3 right now. Shot goes in. It's an 8-on-5. Just giving up 3 points. So now the score is 3-2 favor Seth Crawford and Sock. Seth is off to the right just a little bit. He goes up. He sets up behind that bag, beside of that bag. Brian goes in with his first bag. Brian sets up level 2 block in Seth's, up against Seth's bags. Now Brandon goes up. Goes off to the right just a little bit. Seth goes up for the hard push. He pushes Brandon's bag off to the left, but it's still setting in the hole. Oh, and Brandon goes up with an airmail and hits it. Hey, Travis. All right, so we got one bag in. Wesley's got one bag in. He's got one bag set up behind Sock's. Sock goes up, pushing his bag in, but kind of going off to the right just a little bit. It's going to give Wesley an opportunity to take 2 bags in, but he ends up going to the right. But it's still in the zone. It's still playable. Sock goes up, pushes one of Wesley's bags in with a replacement. Wesley goes up. He pushes up against Sock's bag, but kind of goes to the left, leaving a wall between his 2 bags, and Shock's bag is sitting in the middle of Wesley's. So Shock goes up with a hard push with a 10. It's a 10-10 wash. All right, here we go. Brian Kimmery has first bag. They're leading 8-3. Brandon's in. Seth is in. Brandon's in. Seth is in. Brandon's in. Seth is in. Brandon's in for a 12. Seth is in, and we have a social. First social we've had in a long time tonight. Hadn't been many of those here tonight. See, that's what I say, folks. We're not professionals, but Lord, we love this game of cornhole. Wesley's up and he's off to the right. He's sitting in the blue zone. Part of his corner of his bag is in the hole. Here goes Sock. He goes up. He puts a bag in Wesley's lane on the left-hand side. Now he's making Wesley go to the right. Wesley goes up the middle and just sets up with a level 2 block. He's up against Sock's bag and his own bag. Oh, and Sock goes up with an airmail and he hits it. Oh my God, what are you doing? You spoiling me. Wesley goes up and he goes off to the right to the corner of the board, but he's still on the board. Here goes Sock. He's up with a short airmail. He pushes one bag in but leaves a bag, goes to the right. Now that bag's out of play. Now Wesley has an opportunity here to push that bag in, and he does for a 10. Now Sock has to go in to wash it out. Sock goes in and washes it out with a 10-10 wash. Here we go. Score still remains 8-3. Here we go. Brandon Kimmery has first bag. They still have board control. Brandon Kimmery's in. Seth is off to the right in Brandon's lane. Brandon goes up and goes around it, pushing Seth's bag just a little bit to the right. Seth goes up and he hits the front of the board. It goes up on the board. It's a level 4 block. Brandon goes up and goes past it and goes, he's in the middle of Seth's 2 bags. Seth goes up for the airmail and hits it. Now here's Brandon. Brandon's got to decide what he's going to do here. He's going with a hard push. I see him. He's on the slick side. He goes up, dragging one of Seth's bags in, but he still has a bag in front of the hole. Seth goes up for airmail, hits it, and reams it out, and goes off the back of the board. All right, Wesley Hartzell's got bag control. They got board control, rather. It's 11-3. Wesley's up, and he's in with his first bag. Here goes Sock. Sock's first bag's up. He's got a level 1 block sitting in the blue zone. Wesley goes to the right. He does a side-by-side. He's beside a Shock's bag. Now, Shock can drag that bag, but he has to drag Wesley's with it, and he did. He cleans it up. Wesley's in. Shock's in with his third bag. Wesley's up and off to the left just a little bit with his fourth bag. Now, Sock can score here if he makes this bag, and he does, making it a 12-on-10. Now the score's 5-11. Seth Crawford has got first bag. He's off to the right just a little bit. He's in Brandon's lane, but it's kind of in the middle of the hole. Brandon goes around it and goes in. Seth goes up and blocks Brandon's back. Brandon's next shot with a diamond block, level 2. Now, Brandon has a pretty decent go-around, but Brandon decides just to push up against it. So he does a go-behind, and he's sitting behind Seth's bag. Seth goes up with a hard push, pushes Brandon's bag to the right, and pushing his other bag closer to the hole with a bag in front of the hole. Now Brandon goes up, and he blocks that bag. Now Seth is up for the airmail, and he goes off the back of the board. Brandon goes up. He hits Seth's bag and goes off, and it's a 3-3 wash. No, it's a 5-on-3. So now the score's 13-5. All right, Wesley Hartzell has first bag here. Wesley's up. He's off to the right. He's sitting in Shock's lane on the right-hand side with a level 2 block. Shock goes up. He goes beside of Wesley's bag and kindly in front. He's in Wesley's lane now in front of the hole. Wesley goes up and splits between his bag and Shock's bag. And he's sitting in the middle of the hole with on the slick side. Shock goes up. He pushes Wesley's bag in and goes in. Takes his other bag in too. Wesley goes in. Shock goes in with his next bag. Wesley goes in for a 10. Shock goes off to the right, and it's a 10-10 wash. He had an opportunity to gain 2 points there, but he ends up. What's up, Dante? All right, Brian's got first bag. Brian's up and he's in. Seth is off to the right. He's in Brian's lane. That Brian bullies it over out of play. Seth goes up the middle for a level 2 block. Brian goes up in between Seth's bags and goes in. So right now it's a 9-on-7. Brandon's last bag is up and in, pushing Seth farther out. Now it's a 10-on-12, giving Brian and Wesley 2 more points, making the score 15-5. Wesley has first bag. Wesley's first bag is off to the right. He's in Sock's lane. Sock's in. He goes around Wesley's bag and goes in. Wesley goes up on the slick side and goes in, pushing his bag a little further outside into Shock's lane. Shock goes to the left and ends up going in the hole. Also, Wesley goes in. Sock goes off to the right, and he's got a bag outside of the hole. Wesley's got a bag right there on the end closer to the hole. Shock has to make this bag to make it a 10-10 wash. There's the delivery, and it falls a little short, giving up 2 more points, making it 17-5. All right, here we go. Brandon Kimmery has first bag, and it's in. Seth is off to the right with his first bag. Brandon's up and off to the back of the board. That bag is still on the board, but it's out of play. Seth goes in. Seth has a bag out of play also. Brandon goes up and goes in. Seth goes off to the right with that next bag. Brandon's up. He's setting in for a level 1 block, setting half in the hole. Seth goes up with an airmail, drags Brandon's bag and goes in himself, but he gives up 2 points in the process, making the score 19-5. Favor Brandon Kimmery and Wesley Hartzell. Wesley has first bag. Wesley's first bag is to the left just a little bit, but it's in his lane. That bag is playable. He can step out and still get it. We'll see what Sock does. Sock goes up and goes to the right and goes in. Wesley stepping out. Wesley delivers, and he drags that bag a little bit closer. It's right on the edge of the blue. Sock goes up and goes to the right. He's got a level 1 block. Wesley goes up with a push. Pushes one bag in, but his bag goes off the board. So right now it's a 7-on-4. Sock goes up. He pushes his bag in for a 7. I'm sorry. Now Wesley has an opportunity to push that bag. He's trying to decide what's he want to do here. Now he can take all of these bags in. He can take all of these bags in if he wants, if he can. He's stepping out. He might try a bar of soap, but he ends up pushing Sock's bag in and going off to the back of the board to the right. It's still on the board, but it's not playable. Oh, Sock goes in and falls short for a 10-on-5, giving them 5 points. And now the score's 10-19, still in favor of Brandon Kimmery and Wesley Hartzell. There goes Seth Crawford. He's up the middle and to the right. He's setting in the middle of the board. He's in Brandon's lane. Brandon goes up for a go behind and ends up going to the right and goes to the back of the board, and that bag is going to be out of play. Seth goes up. He goes to the right, but he pushes his bag in, but he's sitting in Brandon's lane on the right-hand side at a level 1. Brandon goes to the back of the board again, but that bag right there is gettable. He could get that bag. Seth goes up with a hard bag and ends up rolling off the back of the board. Brandon goes up and goes in. He pushes his bag a little bit further out of play. But Seth has one bag that's set over here. He drags that bag in for a 9. Now Brandon can go in for a 8, giving up 1 point. All right, here we go. Wesley Hartzell and Sock. Sock has first bag. He goes off to the right. He's outside just a little bit of the hole, just right on the edge of the blue zone. Wesley goes up and goes behind him, and he's setting up to the right. But now that bag is playable. He's got a little wall built, a half a wall built up there. So Sock goes up and does a level 3 block. Wesley goes up on the slick side, goes around Sock's bag up toward. He's got a level 1 block, but it's on the slick side sitting in front of the hole. Sock goes up, pushes Wesley bag in and goes off the board. Wesley goes up and he's up to the left and goes in. So right now it's a 7-on-2. So Wesley and Brandon take them down again. So now we have Brandon Kimry and Wesley Hartzell against Landon Yao and D's Nuts. Welcome to the Brandon Kimry and Wesley Hartzell show. Want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. I don't know how many of you guys is watching, but we are caring. We care if you're watching or not. We would like to have your feedback on the program and the show and the commentating. Want to thank you for this opportunity to be here with you tonight. We got Hartzell's Garage Doors and Company, Bust You Up Cornhole, Kelly's Bars and Grills, Bag Junkies, Headlights Are Us, Bridges Corpse, Angie's Pressure Washing. These are our sponsors here tonight. We want to thank them for being a part of this organization here at Krave Cornhole. We appreciate you very much. We hope your businesses prosper in the upcoming days and months and even years. Hey, Chris. How you doing, my friend? I hear you. We almost twins if you'd be a little bit taller. and you said a little skinnier. Well, you know, you're doing good. You carry it around pretty good, so you ain't got a problem there. You ain't that big. All right, come on, Landon. You at the ACL and the finals and the championship rounds. Play hard. Come on. You are live too. You on national internet. That's Landon Yao. That's Chris Yao's son. He's one of our young and upcoming players that's trying to get to the ACL. All right, they're going to start. They're down and back. All right, everybody. Here we go. Brandon Kimmery and Wesley Hartzell against Landon Yao and Christian Dees. Christian goes up. Brandon's in with his first bag. Christian goes in with a level 1 block. Brandon ends up pushing Christian's bag in. Christian goes off to the right with his next bag. Brandon goes off to the right with his next bag, pushing his third bag in. His second bag in. Brandon goes up and goes in. Christian goes up and goes in. So it's a 10-10 wash, leaving the score 0-0. Landon's up to the right. He's to the back of the board. Are they still doing down and backs? It looks like it. Oh. Brandon must have had to run out for something. Landon's in was his first bag. Wesley goes to the left of Landon's bag. Landon throws his second bag off and it's playable. Landon does a roll shot and ends up pushing Wesley's bag in. Now Wesley can do a bar soap here and push Landon's bag further back to the right, but he ends up going to the left. But that bag is playable. It will fall. It could fall. Landon goes up, rolls his bag on top of Wesley's bag. Now Wesley's got a difficult shot here because Landon's got two bags sitting in the hole. Wesley goes up, throws it up the middle, and it's a 6-6 wash. But I don't think they started on that one. If they did, it still wouldn't count anything anyway. Score still be 0-0. Here's Dees' first bag. It's up to the left. It's in Brandon Kimmery's lane. Brandon goes up and goes to the right with a drip shot. Dees goes in with his next shot, pulling that first bag a little closer. Brandon sets up behind it, but Brandon's in the middle of the hole. Dees goes up and rolls the bag around. He does a cut shot. Now here goes Kimmery. He throws on the slick side, twisting that bag around that's in front. Now, Dees has a bag there sitting in the hole. Now, he has to decide what's he going to do. And he does a whoopsie. Brandon Kimmery goes off to the right and goes off of the board, making it a 7-7 wash. All right. Landon's up with a level of one block sitting on the left-hand side in his lane. Wesley goes up, trying to go around it, ends up going a little bit further to the right. Landon does a roll bag and rolls a cut bag, cuts around that bag and goes in. Wesley goes up and he's sitting in the blue zone on the right-hand side. Now he has an opportunity here to make points. He goes off the board to the left, skids it off to the left-hand side of the board. Now Landon has two bags sitting in front of the hole to the left. Now he can push these bags. His partner tells him to do an airmail. Oh, he goes for a roll bag and he does a beautiful shot. That was a beautiful shot. Wesley goes up and hits it and goes around and drags one bag. It's a 7-on-8, only giving up 1 point. That was a beautiful shot also. So now we have Dees and Kimmery throwing back down. Dees is in with his first bag. Kimmery's in with his first bag. Dees is up and off to the left and in the back. Off to the right and in. And Kimmery does a whoopsie. Dees goes in with his third bag, making it a 9-on-3. Kimmery goes off to the right just a little bit. Now Dees goes up and he hit Kimmery's bag. It was sticking up a little bit too high. Yeah. He's saying that bag is dead. The bag should have been moved. Here goes Brandon. Makes his delivery and it goes in. It's a 7-on-10. Making Landon Yao and Dees 4-0. Landon's off to the left just a little bit, but he's in the blue zone. That bag is very much playable. He goes up, he pulls it in just a little bit closer. Wesley went in with his first one. Wesley goes up and does a level 2 block, setting the block up in Landon's lane. Now Wesley can go around this bag. Landon throwed his next bag off to the right just a little bit. Landon goes up and he sets up on top of Wesley's bag, leaving his bag at a level 1. Wesley goes up and pushes it and makes it a 10-10 wash. He cleans it up, leaving a bag on the board. Landon had one on the board, so it's 10-10. Here's Christian D's first bag. It's got a level 1 block setting in the blue zone. Brandon Kimmery goes up with a go behind. He's pushed Dee's bag kindly off to the left. D goes up, hits his bag, and goes in. Now Brandon has a bag sitting in front of the hole. He could push that bag in and go in with it. He ends up going off the back of the board. Dee's goes in. It's a 6-on-1 right now. Brandon goes up and goes in. Dee's goes up for a 10. Brandon goes off of the back of the board, giving up 4 points. So now the score is 8-0, favor Yao and Dees. Yao goes off to the left just a little bit. That bag's going to be out of play. Wesley goes up and goes to the right. That bag's almost out of play. Landon goes up the middle and goes in. Now Wesley goes off to the right again, setting up beside of his other bag. Now Wesley's got 2 bags that's out of play. And Wesley skids off the side of the board. Landon goes up the middle for a 10. Wesley goes up for a 5, so it's 13-0 right now. Favor Landon Yao and Christian Dees. Here's Christian. His first bag is in. Brandon's first bag is in. Dees' second bag is in. Brandon's second bag is in. Dees is up and off to the left just a little bit. It's hanging in the blue zone. Brandon goes around that bag and goes in. Here's Dees. He delivers. He goes up and goes to the left, leaving the old hole open. Brandon goes in for a 12, making it 4-13 now. Wesley Hartzell and Brandon Kimmery have control of the boards right now. Wesley's up. He goes to the right. He's just outside of the blue zone. Landon goes up and goes off to the left. Wesley goes up and goes in, pushing one bag in, leaving a replacement. Landon pushes that bag in and goes to the left. Now that bag of Landon's is still in play. It can be playable. Now Wesley goes up. He's got a level 2 block sitting right to the corner of Landon's bag. Landon goes up for a cut shot and goes off of the back of the board. Now here's Wesley's opportunity. If he can drag this bag and go in with it. Oh, he tries to, throws a little bit too hard and goes off the board. So it's a 7. Bye. Landon drags it in, making it a 9-on-8, giving him 1 point. No, actually it's a 8-on-5, giving him 3 points. All right, here we go. Brandon Kimmery has first bag. They have control of the boards now. The score's 8-13 right now. They're coming back. Brandon's first bag was in. Dees is off to the left just a little bit, but it's still playable. Brandon drags Dee's bag in and goes in with it. Dees goes in with his next bag. Brandon goes in with his third bag. Dees goes up and in with his third. Brandon Kimmery in with the fourth. Dees is off to the left and off of the back of the board, making the score 11-13 now. They've got 11 points just in the last three throws. They've scored 11, and it's 11-13 right now. Wesley Hartzell has first bag. All right, Wesley's up. He's off to the left. He's in Landon Yow's lane. Landon goes up and does a sits behind Wesley's bag. Wesley goes up, pushing up against Landon's bag. Now Landon pushes up against Wesley's bag. Now it looks like we're trying to have and Wesley goes up with an airmail, dragging one bag in and leaving his other bag sitting in the same spot, just a little bit more to the left. But now Landon has an opportunity here. He could bar soap that bag that's on the back side with a short airmail and hope he drags his bag with it. He's got a bag sitting right behind it in the blue zone. So I would say if I was him, I'd do a short airmail, try to knock Wesley's bag back just a little bit further and drag my bag in. So we'll see. Landon has two bags. Wesley has one. So Landon has the opportunity here. Let's see what he does. Here we go. He makes his delivery. He goes up. He was going to do a roll shot, but I don't think he threw it quite hard enough. But he still got it on. It's still on the board. Oh my God, what a shot. Wesley went up with an airmail, dragging his bag in, making it a 10-on-3 right now. Now Landon can still get 8. And Landon hits his airmail, making it an 8-on-10. Only giving up 2 points, and the score is now 13-13. Here we go. Brandon Kimmery has first bag. They have control of the board right now. Brandon's up, and he's in with his first bag. Dees is in with his first. Kimmery's in with his second bag. Now Dees goes in with his second bag. Kimmery's in with his third. Dees is in with his third. Kimmery's in with his fourth bag. That's a 12. Dees is in with his fourth bag, and we have a social. So now the score remains 13-13. Hartzell has board control. They have first bag. So Wesley Hartzell's on his delivery. He goes up and goes in with his first bag. Landon goes up and he's off to the left just a little bit, but it's in the blue zone in his lane. Wesley goes up, goes to the right of that bag and goes in his lane. Landon goes up, does a roll shot, goes in. Wesley goes up and does a side-by-side and goes beside of Landon's bag. Landon pushes Wesley's bag in. He's got two bags sitting in the middle of the board, but there's a space in between them. Wesley goes up and goes through the middle of them for a 12. Landon goes up for a 10, giving up 2 points, and now the score is 15-13. And Brandon Kimmery and Wesley Hartzell still have control of the boards. So here we go. Brandon Kimry's first delivery. It's up and it's in. These is off to the left just a little bit, but it's still in the blue zone. It's still playable. Kimry goes up, goes to the right, trying to do a drip shot. These goes in, drags Brandon's bag in. Brandon goes up and goes to the right of these bags and goes in. These goes up and he drags that bag just a little bit closer to the hole. Kimry goes up and goes to the right and misses D's bag completely and goes in. Now D's, he goes up with an airmail trying to drag that bag and ends up just going in the hole. He was too clean with the shot. So here we go. We got Landon Yao and Wesley Hartzell throwing back down. Hartzell with the first bag. They have board control right now. They still controlling the boards. Wesley's up and he's in with his first bag. Here's Landon. He goes in with his first bag. Hartzell's in with his next bag. Landon Yao is off to the right just a little bit. Hartzell's up and in with his third bag. Landon's up and he's off to the right again. If Wesley can get this bag in, that's going to be a 12 on 8. Landon will have to, he can't drag another bag. He's got two bags out of play. Wesley throws it up, throws in front of the board. He's to the left. He's up against, and it's a 12 on 8. And Wesley Hartzell and Brandon Kimry are still up. So now we have Chang V versus Noah versus Brandon Kimry and Wesley Hartzell. And again, we welcome you back to the Wesley Hartzell and Brandon Kimry show. These boys are showing out. They were down and they come back on several games here tonight. They still playing their hearts out. Tony Manus. All right, here we go. We got Ching V and Noah versus Brandon Kimry and Wesley Hartzell. They've done their down and backs, and now they're ready to throw down. So Brandon Kimry has first bag. His first bag is off to the right. That bag's out of play. Ching, first bag is in. Brandon's off to the right again. Ching's next bag is in. That's 6 on 2. Brandon Kimry's in with that bag. It's a 6 on 5 right now. Ching's off to the right. He's set up beside of Brandon Kimry's bag. Now Brandon can go in for an 8. He goes up. He pushes up against Ching's bag. Ching goes up, dragging one bag, make it a 10 on 8. He tried to take both of those bags in, but he ended up just getting one of them. What in the world has happened here? Okay, Noah's first bag is off to the right. That bag's out of play. Wesley Hartzell goes up and in the middle. Noah goes in. Wesley's up, and he's got a level 1 block with his second bag. Noah goes up and goes over that bag and goes in with it. Wesley goes up, and he's got a level 1 block on the left side in Noah's lane this time. Noah goes up for a cut bag and cuts around that bag. It's a beautiful shot. Wesley goes in, dragging both bags for a 10-12, giving them the first 2 points. Oh no, that was the second 2 points. I'm sorry. So the score right now is 2-2. Kimry and Hartzell have control of the boards right now. So here's Kimry, his first bag. His first bag is in. Ching's first bag is off to the right. That bag's going to be out of play. Brandon pushes it a little bit further out of play, but he's in Ching's lane, so Ching could drag his bag just a little bit closer. He tries to go around Brian's bag, ends up going off the back of the board. Brian tries to drag that bag and ends up going off the back, leaving his bag closer to the hole, though. Ching's up. He goes up behind Brian's bag. Now Brian's stepping out. Now whatever he's going to do here, he goes up and goes around the bags and goes in. Now Ching has to push Brandon's bag back to the back. He has to bar soap it and drag that bag too, or he's got to go in just to make it a 5 on 7. Oh, he tries a hard shot on the 6th side. Ends up just crunching the bags up in the hole, making it a 7 on 3. Giving Brandon and Wesley 4 points. Now, here we go. Wesley Hartzell has first bag. Hartzell's first bag is in. Noah's first bag is in. Hartzell's first bag is up. He's got a level 1 block in Noah's lane. Noah goes up, taking Hartzell's bag with him, going in the hole. Hartzell's third bag goes off to the left. It's setting. Noah goes in. Wesley goes up. He's got a level 1 block sitting in Noah's lane. Noah goes in for 2 points, making the score 4-6 now, but it still favored Brandon Kimmery and Wesley Hartzell. But Ching and Noah have board control now. Here goes Ching's first bag. It's off to the left. That bag is out of play. Brandon Kimmery goes off to the left, but it's setting in the blue zone, so he can drag that bag in. That bag's still playable. Ching goes up and goes in with his next bag. Brandon Kimmery goes up and goes in with his next bag. Ching goes up and he sets up with a level 1 block, setting right dead on the blue zone. Kimmery goes up, sets up behind Ching's bag. Ching goes up and tries to do a cut shot. Ends up, the bag went to the right, but it stayed on the board. Oh, Kimmery does a push, dragging one of Noah's bag. It's an 8-on-8 wash. He washes it out. Now Noah has first bag. His first bag is in. Here's Hartzell's first bag, and it's in. Noah's next bag is in. Hartzell goes to the front of the board and he flips up on the slick side, but he hit the front of the board with the sticky side and it flipped the bag, and it stays for a level 4 block, but it's in his lane. Noah goes in with his next bag. Wesley goes over that bag and goes in. Noah goes in. No, thank you. Wesley goes up and he goes to the left, and that bag hangs up. It's a 12-on-8, giving up 2 more points. Now the score is 6-8. Favor Ching and Noah. They have the lead now. They've took control of the board. They have the lead. Ching's first bag is off to the left. It's in Brandon's lane, but Brandon goes around it and goes in, leaving Ching's bag to the left. Ching goes up. He hits that bag, but he bounces over it just a little bit. Brandon takes it in, so they both have 2 bags in right now. Ching goes in with his third bag, making it a 9-on-6. Brandon goes in with his third bag, making it a 9-on-9. Ching goes off to the left just a little bit to the left of the board. Brandon goes up and goes in. It's a 12-on-10. Tying the score back up. It's 8-8 now. Noah has first bag. Wesley has first bag. Here's Wesley's first bag. It's off to the left, but it's hanging in the red-blue zone, and Noah dragged it in with his first bag. Wesley's in with his second bag. Noah's in with his second bag. Wesley's off to the left, but he's in Noah's lane. It's in the blue zone. Noah drags it just a little bit closer into the hole. Wesley goes past that bag and goes in, so that's a 10-on-9 right now. Noah still has a bag. Noah goes up and bounces around Wesley's bag with a good cut shot. But he goes in the hole anyway.
Mike,
All right.
You're not, you know, you guys, you're not even live.
No, I didn't know I wasn't live.
Look, it's not even live.
Well, there it is right there.
This is the grudge match from 3 hours ago. This is something different.
Hey, where's Mickey at?
Playing right there.
Is he playing? Is he in a sit and go? Or are they just throwing?
I'm not sure.
Go over there and see if he's just throwing. If he's just throwing, you need to let him know, please.
Pick it up, Noah. Stay with me.
All right, Wesley Hartzell with a bag up the middle. Noah's off, and he rolls that bag around to the right. He's setting in the blue zone. Wesley setting in front of the hole in the blue zone. Wesley goes up. Noah's bag falls in. Hey, Tony, how you doing?
What's going on, my brother?
Oh, not a whole lot. How are you doing? Wesley's got, Noah throws a bag up behind Wesley's bag. Now Wesley's got two bags sitting in the hole. Wesley pushes one bag and it goes in, but his bag goes off to the left. Now Noah has an opportunity here. Noah drags both of them bags in. What a beautiful shot this kid just made. Wesley goes up and he drags his bag in. It's a 10. Noah has opportunity here to score 2 points and tie the game back up. Noah goes in and the game is tied once again. Now this is about the third tie that we've had in this game so far. But we're not live. We ain't live. Can't nobody hear nothing I'm saying.
I love you, man.
I love you too, buddy. Hey, it's good to see you, man. How's your wife doing?
She's doing good, man.
That's good. All right. No. Ching's in with his second bag. Brandon's in with his second bag. Right now it's 6-on-4. Ching's in with his third bag. It's 7-on-6. Brandon's in with his third bag. It's 9-on-7 right now.
Just slide in.
So here we go. He's just going to slide in. Oh, he goes off to the left, giving Brandon Kimry an opportunity to score. Oh, and Brandon Kimry goes to the back of the board. He had a chance for 4, but ended up with just 2. So now the score is 14-12, favor Kimry and Hartzell. They have control of the boards right now. So Angie's doing good?
Yes, sir.
That's good. That's good. How's the mom-in-law doing?
Doing good.
Is she doing good? That's good.
Just wait on the kidney and the heart.
Oh, bless her heart. Yeah. They both have each a bag in apiece. Wesley throws his next bag off to the left. Noah goes in with his second bag. Wesley has one to the left. Now it's in Noah's lane. Noah can drag this bag a little closer for Wesley to hit. So Wesley throws to the left, and he's got a level 1 block setting in front of the hole. Noah does a roll shot, dragging Wesley's bag in with him. Wesley goes up and goes in for a 10. Noah goes up and goes in for a 12, making the score 14-14. So we have another tie.
Let's go.
Let's go. So now we have Ching up. He has first bag. They getting set. They ready to go. Ching's first delivery. First delivery is off to the right. He's setting in the blue zone in his lane. He can take this bag in. Kimry goes in with his first bag. Ching goes around that bag and goes in. Brandon goes in with his second bag. It's 6 on 4 right now. Ching goes up and he hits that bag. He's sitting beside of it now. Both of these bags are playable. Kimry goes to the left and goes in with a drip bag. Ching goes up hard and goes off, skits off to the right of the board. Kimry goes in, and it's a 12 on 5, giving Wesley Hartzell and Brandon Kimry the game. Good try, buddy. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Brandon Kimry and Wesley Hartzell show. Wesley Hartzell and Brandon Kimry are showing out here tonight. Now, their skills are about to be put to the test. We have Kevin B. and David's taxidermy. So here we go. I hope y'all didn't get aggravated tonight because somebody come over here and said we wasn't live, but we got back live. I hope we have, and I don't have any clue of why this thing quit going live, but we've got it squared away. I mean, I hadn't seen many comments at all tonight. I mean, we would love to see you guys talk back to us, give us a comment. Mickey Cook would really, really appreciate you so much for doing that. We want you to participate in giving us feedback on how the show is, how you enjoy it, if it's worth your time watching. We want to know, because it means a lot to us, because we're trying to better this program here and to grow it and add to it so it could be more enjoyable. Here's my favorite person right here, Penny Arant. She is a nice, beautiful lady. Her and Lee Hagwood. We enjoy them so much. They are so nice. We have so many nice folks down here. You guys just don't know what y'all missing. We have a lot of fun. We enjoy joking with each other, and it's clean jokes, so we don't dirty around with nothing. So, if you come down, you'll have a good time. We want you to come and enjoy the program here live. So come and be with us. We appreciate you. We want you here. All right, so we have David Polk and Kevin B. against Brandon Kimry and Wesley Hartzell. David has first bag. His first bag is up for a level 1 block, sitting in the center of the hole. Brandon tries to go behind it and ends up going to the right of it. David goes up, dragging that bag in, cleaning it up. Brandon's next bag is in. David's next bag is off to the back of the board. That bag's not out of play. He could airmail it. Brandon drags it just a little bit closer to the hole. David goes in. Brandon goes in. It's a 10-10 wash. And they didn't nobody even see that. I had it off. I had it. I didn't do the transition on it. Forgive me, folks. I get a little slow sometimes. Here we go with Kevin's first bag, and it's in. Wesley's first bag is off to the right, sitting in the blue zone in his lane. Kevin goes off to the right, goes over Wesley's bag, and now that bag's still playable, but it'll take a airmail shot to get it. He goes up. He pushes up for the level 2 block behind Wesley Hartzell's bags. Of course, he's sitting on top of Wesley's bag, so Wesley goes in with a replacement bag on the slick side. So here's Kevin's next shot. Kevin goes up. He knocks one of Wesley's bags in. He's still. Here's Wesley's big opportunity here. If he drags this bag. Huh? Yeah. Oh, and Wesley goes up. He tries to airmail it, but he ends up going short. But the bag went anyway. It's a 10-on-5, giving Wesley and Brandon 5 points. So Brandon and Wesley have control of the board right now. They in front with 5-0. Brandon's first bag is short, but it's a level 3 block. David goes up and goes around it. Now David's sitting there at the edge of on the blue zone, sitting at the hole. Brandon goes up, dragging both those bags, leaving David's bag up. Now David can drag this bag. David does. He drags it, so it's 6-6 right now. Brandon goes up with his next bag, and it's in. David's in with his next bag. Brandon's up, and he goes off to the right just a little bit. David's up, and he goes to the right. It's a 10-10 wash. Score still remains 5-0 in favor of Brandon Kimry and Wesley Hartzell. So now we have Wesley Hartzell throwing against Kevin B. Wesley's first bag. It's up and off to the right. Now it's in the blue zone, but it's outside. Kevin throws his next bag to the left, and it's out just on the edge of the blue zone. Wesley goes up the middle and goes in. Now Kevin is stepping out. He throws that bag short and lands on the very front of the board on the slick side. Wesley goes up with a level 1 block. Kevin goes up, sits up to the left of Wesley's bag. Now Wesley has an opening in his lane to drag this bag, and he does. Making it right now is a 10-on-6, giving up 4 points. Score now is 9-0, favor Brandon Kimry and Wesley Hartzell. Brandon Kimry's in. David Polk's in. Brandon's off, and he's off to the to the right. David pushes his bag further to the right and goes in with his bag. It's a 6-on-4. Brandon goes to the right again. David goes in with his next bag. Brandon goes up, and he's in for an 8. David's up and goes to the right, in for a 10, making them 2 points. It's still 9-2, favor Kimry and Hartzell. Kevin B and David Polk have control of the boards now. They have first bag. Kevin's first bag is in. Wesley throws his next bag. It's a level 2 block, but it's in his lane. Kevin goes around Wesley's bag, pulling it just a little bit closer to the hole, but Kevin goes in. Wesley drags that bag, going in with his second bag. Kevin's in with his third bag. Wesley has a bag setting to the right, but it's in the blue zone. Wesley drags that bag in also, so it's 9 on 9 right now. So Kevin goes in for a 12. Wesley goes up and goes to the left, and it's a 10 on 12, giving David and Kevin 2 more points, making the score 4-9. Now here's David Polk. They have control of the board now. David's in with his first bag. Brandon's in with his first bag. David's in with his second bag. Brandon's in with his second bag. David's off to the left just a little bit in Brandon's lane, but that bag is playable. Brandon goes up, pushing David's bag a little bit further back, but it's still in the hole. David goes up and goes against it, trying to drag it, ends up going in without it. Brandon goes up, does a drip shot on the back side and goes in, giving them 2 points, so making the score now 11-4. Here's Wesley Hartzell. He's up and he's off to the right, but he's in his lane. That bag is draggable. Kevin throws his bag beside of Wesley's bag. Now Wesley has to try to stay in the middle, and he does, and he drags in Kevin's bag. Kevin goes to the right and goes up the middle, ends up pushing Wesley's bag a little bit out of the lane. Wesley goes to the left and goes in, leaving that bag alone. Kevin goes to the right up against Wesley's bag. Now Wesley has an opportunity. Oh, and he throws to the right up against Kevin's bag. Now Kevin can go in for 2, and he does. He goes in for 2. So the score now is 6-11. Still in favor of Wesley and Brandon. All right, David Polk has first bag. His first bag's off to the left. It's in the blue zone, but it's more out than in. Brandon goes in. David goes in. He kindly grabs that bag just a little bit on the corner, bringing it closer back to the hole. Brandon goes by it, just misses it, and goes in. David goes up and gets against it, pushing it back a little further. That bag's going to be out of play, and Brandon goes to the right, and that bag's going to be out of play. David goes in for a 10. Brandon goes in for a 10. So we have a 10-10 wash, and the score still remains 11-6. All right, Kevin has first bag. Kevin goes off to the right. He's in Wesley's lane. Wesley goes up and goes to the middle. He puts a level 1 block up. Kevin rolls over Wesley's bag and goes in the hole. Wesley's on the sticky side. He goes up and he goes to go behind. There goes Kevin. He tries another roll shot, falling short, landing on top of Wesley's bag. Wesley knocks the bag in, but he leaves one of his bags setting in the center of the hole. Now Wesley can go in. If he drags this bag, he's going to get 2, and he does. He drags it and gets 2. So now the score is 13-6. Still favor Wesley Hartzell and Brandon Kimry. Brandon Kimry has first bag. They've gained control of the board now. They've had control for the last 2 throws. Kimry's up and he's in. David Polk is off to the right just a little bit, but it's in his lane, and that bag is playable. Kimry goes up and goes to the right, pushing Polk's bag up just a little bit out of play. Then David goes in with his next bag. Kimry goes up and goes in with his bag. David's up, and he's to the right up against Kimry's bag. Now Kimry is trying to go around David's bag. He goes up. He tries to go around and ends up sliding to the back of the board. Polk drags 2 bags in, giving him 2 points, making it 8-13 now. Kevin has first bag. Kevin's up, and he's in front of the hole with a level 2 block just outside of the blue zone. Wesley throws it up and does a side-by-side. Kevin goes up and goes over Wesley's bag with a roll bag and goes in the hole. Wesley pushes his bag a little closer to the hole, sitting just outside of the blue zone. Now Wesley has an opportunity here if he can push these bags right. Oh, he goes up. He pushes Kevin's bag back just a little bit further to the left. Now Kevin can get this bag. Oh, Kevin drags one of Wesley's bags in with this roll shot that he just made. Wesley goes up for a 10. It's a 10-on-8, giving them 2 more points, making it 15-8. All right, Brandon Kimry has first bag. Brandon's first bag is in. David's first bag goes around the hole to the back side of the board. It's hanging there. Kimry goes up. He's in David Polk's lane. David goes up, dragging Kimry's bag just a little bit closer to the hole. Now Kimry goes up. He drags it a little bit closer. He's in. Polk's drags it a little bit closer. That bag's moving closer to the hole. Kimry drags it in for a 12. Polk goes to the right, giving up 4 points, making the score now 19-8. Favor Brandon Kimry and Wesley Hartzell. All right, Wesley's up, first bag. Wesley's up. He's off to the right just a little bit. It's outside of the blue zone. Kevin goes in with his first bag. Wesley goes in with his second bag. Kevin's in. Wesley's up, and he's off to the right just a little bit. It's not out of the zone. It's in Wesley's lane. Wesley's going to stay right where he's at. Oh, he throws on the slick side, ends up hitting the bag and stopping. Now, Kevin goes in. He gets 6. It's a 12-on-6, making the score 14-19 now. David Polk and Kevin B just made a big leap. So David Polk has first bag. Here we go. First bag is in. Brandon Kimry, first bag is up and off to the left to the corner of the board. David Polk's in. Brandon's up. His bag, he throws a little light. His bag flips. It's on the slick side, but it's sitting in David Polk's lane. David goes up and goes to the left. He's sitting at a level 1 block in the blue zone. Half of his bag is sitting in. Now Brandon pushes David's bag just a little bit closer. David goes up for an airmail. So Brandon's stepping out. He's going to try to make this bag without driving David's bag. If he does, it'll be 6-on-10. Now it's 10-on-3, giving them 7 points, and that's the game. David Polk and Kevin B come back and win this game after being down at least 10, 11 points. It, David and Kevin, they just scored 7 points. Hey, Penny, Penny, they just scored 7 points, giving them 21. They had 14.
They got,
Yep,
no, they got third.
third.
Now who's playing in the championship? Oh,
Ah,
I see, said the blind man.
Big Gun and Ryan S.
Travis.
Kevin B. and David Pope. All right, here we go. We got Travis Purser, who is also known as Big Gun, and Ryan S. We got Kevin B. and David Pope back up. Let's see where our transition is. Okay, we in the right place. Travis is in first. David went in second. Travis is kindly to the left, but he's still in the blue zone. He can drag this bag. Travis is in. David was in. David's up. He's sitting beside of Travis's bag. Travis does a go-around shot and goes around David's bag. David goes up and hits his own bag and gets it in, but ends up staying on the board, making it a 10-10 wash. Okay, so here we go. We got Ryan throwing his bag first. He throws for a level 1 block. He's sitting in the middle of the hole. Kevin goes behind Ryan's bag. Ryan goes up, setting up kindly to the left of Kevin's bag. Kevin goes up and does a roll cut shot, and goes in. Ryan goes up with an airmail, knocks it in, ends up staying on the board. Kevin goes up and tries to roll that next bag, and it's setting up like a shark's fin in the blue zone. All right, here goes Ryan. He sits up he's got a block. Now Kevin, he has an opportunity here. Oh, he knocks one bag in, goes off 7 on 6, giving David and Kevin first point. So here we go. David Polk, big gun. David Polk's first bag is to the right in his lane, just outside of the blue zone. Purser pushes David Polk's bag over to the right just a little bit and goes in the hole. He bullies it over. David goes to the back of the board with his second bag. Travis goes in, bullying David's bag a little bit further out of play. David goes up and goes in. Travis goes in. David goes in. He's sitting just right on the edge of the hole. His bag's in. Travis knocks it in, stays on the board himself, making it a 10 on 8, but he gets 2 points. So here we go. We got Ryan with first bag, throwing against Kevin B. Ryan's first bag is in. Kevin's first bag is in Ryan's lane on the right-hand side. Ryan goes up and goes to the left just a little bit, pushing Kevin's bag up, but Ryan's sitting in the hole. Kevin drags Ryan's bag in. Now Ryan goes in with his third bag. It's a 9 on 7 right now. Kevin goes up and goes off the back of the board. It's a 9 on 4. Ryan goes up, but he's sitting in front of the hole in the blue zone, right in David's lane. And Kevin's lane, and Kevin drags Ryan's bag in for a 12, making it a 12 on 7. Purser's first bag. Big gun is off to the right in David's lane, setting in the blue zone. Purser goes up. He pushes Polk's bag a little bit further to the back, but his bag is setting on the outside. David goes up against it. Now Purser drags 2 bags in, cleaning up the hole. Polk goes in with his next bag. Purser goes in with his fourth bag. 9, it's a 10 on 8, giving Purser and Ryan 2 more points. The big gun and Ryan 2 more points. So here we go. Ryan S. has first bag. Ryan, he's off to the left, but it's in Kevin's lane, and Kevin ends up throwing off to the right in Ryan's lane. Ryan drags Kevin's bag a little bit around when it goes in. Kevin goes in with his bag. Ryan goes in with his next bag. Kevin's in with his third bag. Ryan's up, and he throws a level 1 block. Oh, and Kevin goes around that bag and goes in, giving them 2 more points, making it 3 to 9. All right, so here we go. David Polk's first bag is in. Big gun is in. Polk is in. Big gun is in. Polk is off to the right just a little bit, but it's in his lane. Travis steps out, goes up and in, pushing Polk's bag just a little bit to the right. Polk staying where he's at, goes in for a 10. Purser goes up, and he sets up at the back of the board. That bag almost went over the board, making it a 10-10 wash. But that bag just about fell off the back of the board. So here's Kevin. His first bag's off to the right. It's in his lane. He can drag this bag in. Ryan goes up to the right and goes in. Kevin goes in with his second bag. Ryan goes off to the left of the board and off of the board. Kevin goes up to the left and he hangs behind his first bag. Ryan goes in with his next bag. It's 6 on 5 right now. Kevin goes up and he does a hard shot on the slick side and it goes off the back of the board. Ryan goes up and goes in, giving them 4 more points. So now the score is going to be 13-3. Favor of Big Gun and Ryan S. Big Gun has first bag. Big Gun's up in front of the hole with a level 1 block. Poke drags it in. Big Gun's in. Poke is up with a level 1 block in front of the hole on his lane. Purser goes up and drags Poke's bag in, setting up. Poke does a go behind. Poke goes in for a 12, giving them 2 points, making it 5-13 now. Kevin's up. He's off to the right. He's in Ryan's lane. He's setting up with a level 1 block. Ryan goes up and does a side-by-side. He's setting up on the left-hand side in Kevin's lane. Now Kevin rolls over Ryan's bag and sets up in the blue zone right on the left-hand side. That bag's hanging halfway, almost, well, I'm going to say a quarter of the way in. Ryan tries a roll shot. He ends up going to the left of the board. It's just hanging there. Kevin tries a roll shot and goes to the back of the board also. All right, here he goes. Oh, he tries a roll shot. It goes to the back of the board and sets up on the back side. So now Kevin can drag his bag. Oh, and he does. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, you got another bag. Here goes Ryan's next bag, his last bag. Oh, he goes off to the left, just 4 on 8, giving up 4 points, making the score 9-13 now. David Pope and Kevin B have come back. They're making a comeback. Let's see when Travis, if he's going to hold them back. Poke's to the right with a level 1 block sitting in the blue zone. Purser goes around it to the back side, but that bag will fall. It's hanging half in now. There it goes. Poke goes off to the left. Purser's bag falls. His bag fell in. Purser goes in with his next one. Poke sets up with a level 1 block sitting in the middle of the hole. Purser goes up, pushes 1 bag in and pushes 1 bag off to the right. The Poke goes up and he pushes them closer to the hole. Purser goes up for 2, making it 15-9 now. So here we go. Ryan has first bag. It's to the right. It's setting up in his lane. That bag is playable. Kevin B goes around it and goes in. Ryan goes up and he drags that bag in. That was a beautiful drag shot. Now Kevin sets up in the middle of the board just outside of the blue zone with a level 2 block. Ryan goes up trying to set up behind it and goes to the left of it. Kevin goes up with a roll bag and ends up rolling over on the top of his own bag. Now Ryan can set that bag up behind it. Oh, he goes up a little bit too far to the right. He's got a wall up. Kevin can knock all these bags in. He only knocks one in, making it an 8-8 wash. Wow, what an opportunity for him to score, and he missed the shot. Score still remains 15-9. David Polk with 9. Big Guns with 15. Big Gun throws to the right. He's in David Polk's lane. David goes up, throws in Big Gun's lane. They both have a bag. David goes in, leaving that one bag out, but it's halfway in the hole. Polk drags it in, making it a 12 on 9 right now. Here goes Polk's last bag. He goes in. It's a 12-12, and we have a social. So here we go. Kevin B, Ryan S, throwing back up. Ryan has first bag. Ryan's up. He's off to the left. He's in Kevin's lane. Kevin goes for a roll shot and goes in. Ryan goes up trying to go in the hole, but goes to the right. Kevin goes to the right beside of Ryan's bag. Now Kevin's setting in more in the blue zone, and Ryan throws a block shot. He's got a level 2 block setting behind Kevin's bag. Kevin throws that bag a little hard, rolls too hard, and goes to the left to the corner of the board, but it's still there. It's still sitting there, setting kindly to the corner though. Ooh, good bag. Good bag. Ryan just made a good shot. Kevin tries a roll shot, goes back to the back, and it sets up for a 6-6 wash. Here goes Big Guns. First bag is in. Polk's first bag is in. Big Guns in. Polk falls short with a level 3 block in the middle of the board. Purser tries to go around it, ends up going short. David Polk pushes that bag just a little bit closer. He now has a level 2 block. Big Gun goes up and goes around it and goes in. Here's David. David's up and drags one bag in, leaving one on the board, giving up 2 more points. Now the score is 17-9, still in favor of the Big Guns and Ryan S. Ryan's first bag's up the middle. He has a level 3 block. Kevin goes around that bag with a roll cut shot. Ryan goes up and does a side-by-side on his own bag. Kevin goes up trying to go back around that bag again with that roll shot, ends up stopping short. Ryan pushes Kevin's bag just a little bit closer to the hole. It's hanging in the hole. Kevin goes up for a roll bag and ends up landing on top of his own bag. Oh, and Ryan knocks one of Kevin's bags in that for a 10. It's a 7 on 4 right now. Oh, he tries an airmail shot ends up going off the back of the board, making it 7-on-4, only getting 3 points. So David Polk and Kevin B have come back. They got 12 now. Polk's off to the right. Purser's bullies that bag out just a little bit to the right and goes in. David's in with his second bag. Big Gun sitting in the hole. David pushes up against Big Gun's bag. Big Gun's throws and goes off to the right. He's sitting up behind Polk's bag. Polk goes around that bag and goes in. David goes in. It's an 8-8 wash. All right, here we go. Kevin B. He's up. He sets up in front of the board with a level 1 block. Ryan goes up. He goes for us. He was going to set his bag up behind it. Kevin goes with a roll cut and goes in. Ryan goes up, sets up behind Kevin B's bag. Kevin B goes up for another roll shot, ends up going to the left of the bags, and he's left of the hole right now. But he does have a bag in front of Ryan's bag. Now Ryan's got 2 bags to Kevin's 1 bag. Now Ryan can push this bag. If he pushes it right, he can set his bags up in front of the hole. There he goes, and he done just exactly what he meant to do. Now Kevin's going to try probably a roll shot here, or he's going to go between these bags. You can see he has an opening. He misses. It goes off to the right. He's in the blue zone, but that bag is totally out of play. Unless Brian could make an airmail here and wash it out, or he can go up. It's a 4-on-6, giving them 2. It's 14-17. Here we go. David Polk has first bag. David's first bag is off to the left in Purser's lane. Purser goes around it, sets up with a level 1 block. David Polk knocks Purser's bag in. Purser goes up and goes in. Polk goes up and goes in. Purser's up and in. Polk's in and he drags that bag for a 10. Purser's up and he goes to the right and it stays on the board. It's a 10-10 wash and there was no score. So Kevin B and David Polk have control of the board still yet. The score is 17-14. Favor Big Guns and Ryan. Kevin goes off to the right. He's in Ryan's lane. Ryan goes to the left and he's sitting in the blue zone. Kevin goes up with a roll bag and goes in, leaving Ryan's bag up there. Ryan sets his bag up. That's a level 1. And he has 2 level 1 blocks right there. He goes up with the airmail, trying to push the bag in just a little bit. Tried out a short airmail, but he didn't make it long enough. Kevin goes up, pushing up against Ryan's bag. Now Ryan can go up. If he makes this shot, he drags all 3 of them bags in, it's going to be a 10-on-6, giving them 4 points. And if they get 4 points, it's the game. All right, here he goes. He's decided what he's going to do. Oh, and he throws the bag off to the right of the board, and it's a 6-on-3, giving up 3 points. And the score now is 17-17. We have a game. David Polk has first bag. But remember, Purser, Big Guns, and Ryan S. are in the king seat. They have to be double dipped. Polk's in with his first bag. Purser sets up in front of the hole for a level 1 block. Purser pushes that bag just a little bit closer. Polk goes up and goes off to the right, pushing his bag a little bit close, pushing David Polk's bag out of play. Purser tries to do a go around and ends up going to the right. He's sitting in the corner of his bag, is sitting in the blue zone. Polk goes around that bag and goes in. Now Purser can go up with the airmail. He can get 2 points here if he drags that bag. He goes up trying to go in. It's a 6 on 8, giving up 2 points, making the score 19-17. For the first time of the game, we have a lead change. Here's Kevin B. He's in. Here's Ryan. He's off to the right. That bag still could be played. Kevin throws a level 2 block. Ryan goes up behind it and skits off to the left. It's out of it back. This bag's out of play. Kevin does a roll bag and goes in. Right now it's 7 on 2. It's 7 on 5 now. Ooh, Kevin tries for another roll shot, ends up going to the left. Oh, and Ryan goes up, giving up 2 more points. So that's round 1. So David Polk and Kevin B won the first game. What did he say? Oh. Purser's up with his first, Big Gun's up with his first bag. Polk's in with his first bag. Purser's up. He drags that bag a little bit closer. David goes in and it falls in with it. Big Gun's in. David sets up for a level 1 block. Purser goes up trying to go around that bag. It ends up Polk going in, dragging his bag, making it a 12 on 10. So Polk and Kevin have first score. Look here, we got the score up there on the off of his phone. Ain't that something?
Yeah.
All right, Kevin goes to the left just a little bit, but it's in his lane. He can drag that bag. He goes up, rolls up against Ryan's bag in front of the hole. So we have a level 1. Ryan drags both of them bags in and leaves his bag sitting in front of the hole. Kevin knocks Ryan's bag in. Ryan goes up and he sets that bag up to the right, but it's in his lane. Kevin goes up. He drags that bag further back. So it's an 8-on-6, giving them 2 points, tying the score up 2-2. All right, Big Gun has first bag. It sets up for a level 1 block, setting in the blue zone. Poke goes to the right, pushing it closer, but Big Gun goes up and knocks that bag in. Poke goes in, dragging that bag in. Big Gun goes to the right. He's setting up in the middle of the hole. David Poke drags that bag, pushes Big Gun's bag in. Big Gun goes off the board to the right. Now here's Poke's opportunity here. He knocks one bag in, goes in, so it's a 7-on-9. So he got 2 points. So now the score is 4-2, favor Big Gun and Ryan S. All right. Ryan's first bag is in the middle of the board. He's got a level 2 block. Kevin rolls his bag and does a cut around and goes in the hole. What a beautiful shot. Ryan goes up trying to drag that bag in, but he does drag it closer to the hole. Kevin tries to go around it again and goes off the back of the board. Here goes Ryan. He throws up. He's got all of his bags sitting right there at the hole. Kevin throws a level 2 block right behind Ryan's bag. Ryan's got 3 bags setting up in the hole. Oh, he knocks one in, but he goes off to the left, but it's still sitting in the blue zone. Oh, and Kevin goes around it, making it a 7-on-6. All right, Poke has first bag, scores 4-3 now. All right, here comes Poke with first bag. David Poke's first bag's off to the left in Travis's lane. Travis goes up, drags his bag in, leaving Poke's bag. Poke pulls his bag a little closer to the hole. Purser goes up, sets up in the middle with a level 1 block. Poke drags that bag and goes in. Purser goes to the right, ends up just outside of the blue zone. Poke goes to the left. Purser goes up and goes in for a 10-on-8, giving them 2 more points, making the score 6-3 now. Ryan's first bag is in. Kevin throws just short. He's setting up in the middle of the board, but it's in his lane. Ryan goes around that bag and goes in. Kevin does a roll bag cut and goes in, dragging Ryan's bag with him. Ryan goes up, sets up in the middle with a level 2 block. Kevin tries to do a roll bag and ends up going to the back of the board. Ryan has a beautiful, he done a replacement bag, knocking one bag in, leaving one bag sitting right dead in the hole in the blue zone. It's over halfway in the hole. All he's got to do is just be bumped just a little bit, and it's gone because it's on the slick side. All right, here goes Kevin. He's going to try to go in with this bag. He ends up going to the back of the board, and that bag sits up like it's waving at you, making it a 10 on 6. I mean, an 8 on 6. Big Gun's in with his first bag. David pokes off to the right. It's in David's lane, though. David can get this bag. It's playable. Big Gun steps out, goes too far to the right. He's behind Poke's bag. Poke goes up and drags that bag in for a 9. Purser's in. I mean for a 6. Poke's in for a 9. Purser's in for a 10. Poke's in behind Purser's bag, making it a 10-10 wash, washing the score, washing the round out. So here we go. Here goes Ryan. Ryan's first bag's off to the right. It's in his lane in the blue zone. Here goes Kevin. He throws up. He was doing a roll shot, but ends up going to the left. Ryan goes up, and it's on the slick side. That bag's going to fall, and he left his bag to the left. I mean to the right, sitting in the blue zone, just about half in the hole. Kevin goes up, and he goes to the middle of the board, and he's sitting there with the level on level 2. Ryan goes up, dragging that bag, and leaves his bag right sitting where that one was at. Oh, and Kevin drags Ryan's bag just a little bit further back, but his bag didn't go in. All right. Here's Ryan's delivery. Ryan's up and in. Beautiful shot. Oh, and Kevin goes up for an 8, and it's an 8 on 10. He only give up 2 points. He was looking at more than that. But he made a good shot. Here's Big Gun. He's off to the right, but he's in Poke's lane. He goes in. He's still sitting in Poke's lane on the right side. Poke goes up for a level for a block. Purser steps out, goes in. All right. Poke knocks Purser's bag in. He goes up. It's a 12 on 8. 12 on 8, giving up 4 points, making it 16-3 now.
16-3.
All right, here we go. Ryan is up, first bag, and it's off to the left. It's in Kevin's lane. Kevin throws up, rolling the bag just a little bit behind Ryan's bag. Now Ryan goes up, pushing Kevin's bag up further. Kevin's going up with a roll shot. He ends up going on top of his bag and Ryan's bag.
Anything in front of our bag on the bottom there? By that? Anything in front of our bag that the blue one underneath there? We're in the front. Yeah, I know. Oh, we're in the front.
Huh? He didn't know what he was talking about, did he? Yeah, just push it. Push it. Put it on the slick side and push it, baby. Do a bar of soap. I mean, you know, that's what we would do. We might not, but we'd give it a try. Oh, he goes up and he goes to the right. He's got a... Oh, he pushes it. Now Ryan, he's got to try to get around this bag. He goes to the left. He's in a perfect spot. But he built a wall up for Kevin here. Kevin tries a roll shot and goes off to the right, leaving his back on the board, he gained 2 points. He scored. But it's 5-16 right now in favor of Big Guns and Ryan S. David pokes up with his first bag and it's in. Purser's off to the right. He's in David Polk's lane. David goes to the left. He's still in the blue zone. Now Purser pushes that bag up. He's got the front of the whole block with his 2 bags. Polk goes up, sets up behind Purser. I would do a short airmail here, but Purser's thinking, of what he needs to do. He's going to go up. He's going to try the short airmail. He goes up. He hits Polk's bag. One of his bags in the front is sitting closer into the hole, but Polk has a bag that's almost in the hole. I'd shoot it and not worry about it. If you took his 2 bags in, you got 10 to his. He's not going to get but 9. You're going to get a point. Still going to give you control of the board. So I'd do a short airmail with it, and try to hit right on my bag in front of this. My bag behind Purser's bag. I'd try to hit it and knock them all in. Even if you got an 8, Purser still got to get that bag in to make a 9. To gain any, he's not going to gain but 1 point. I mean, that's what I'd do. I'd do a hard push. Wouldn't do a hard push. All right, they made their decision on what he's going to do here. David Polk. This is his last bag. Let's see what he does. He's on the sticky side. He's going up. He throws it. That bag just about fell right then. So here's Purser. He's got to decide what he's going to do. He could do a short airmail and take those bags in. And he does a short airmail and he goes in for a 7 on 8. He only give up 1 point. What a shot. What a shot, Travis Purser. Good shot. All right, so here we go. Kevin B is up first. He goes in with his first bag. Here's Ryan. He goes off to the left. His bag's sitting just on the edge of the blue zone, so that bag's out of play. Kevin sits up with a level 1 block. Ryan sits up in Kevin's lane, trying to get in Kevin's lane. Kevin goes through it and goes in, taking 2 bags, taking a bag with him. Ryan goes up, he hits that bag, and he goes in with 1, leaving that one up for a level 2. Now Ryan can drag this bag. Oh, and it's a 3, 6 on 10, giving up 4, making it 10-16. Here comes Polk and Kevin B. All right, David's up first. David has first bag. They got control of the boards right now. They've gained some points. David's in. Travis is off to the left just a little bit, but it's in his lane. That bag is playable. Purser goes up, knocking Polk's bag in, going to the right. That bag's out of play. David throws a level 1 block. Purser goes up for a block and ends up, and David Polk ends up pushing that bag in. Travis has to get that bag, making it a 10 on 12. It's 12-16 now. They've got a 12-point run here. Kevin's up. He's in the middle. He's set up in the middle of the board with a level 2 block. Ryan goes and does a side by side. He's sitting there. Kevin rolls his bag, goes in. Ryan stepped out. He does a side by side. He's got 2 bags in front of the hole. Kevin goes up and he goes to the right. He tried a roll shot. Ooh, and Ryan pushes Kevin's bag around just a little bit. Now Kevin, oh, and he does a whoopsie. Now here goes Ryan. It's a whoopsie. He goes up and goes in for an 8, and it's an 8 on 7, giving him 1 point, making it 17-12. All right, here goes Purser. First bag is in. David pokes in. Travis sets up a level 1 block just on the edge of the blue zone. David Poke pushes it closer. Travis tries to go around it, ends up going too far to the right and goes to the back of the board. David does a back drip shot. Oh, and it's an 8-8 wash. Poke tried to drag it and go in with it, but ends up leaving it on the board for an 8-8 wash. Now we have Ryan and Kevin B. Ryan's first bag is in. Kevin's first bag is in. Ryan's next bag, he's got a level 1 block sitting just outside. Kevin does a roll bag and goes in. Ryan goes up and goes too far to the right, goes to the back of the board. Kevin tries another roll shot. It sits on top of Ryan's bag. Now Ryan has to decide what he wants to do here. He can throw it on the slick side. He's got enough weight if he hits it low that he can stay on the board. But he will take both of them bags in, giving Kevin a chance to get 4 points here. Oh, he goes off to the left and goes off of the board. Now Kevin has an opportunity here. If he can do a roll shot. Oh, and sets it up, giving 3. It makes it 15-8. 15-17 now. Kevin and David have pulled within 2 points of Big Gun and Ryan S. Now this is the last round. They won the first round. Now they happen to win the second round. Travis is in with his first bag. David Poke's sitting on the back side, but that bag's on the slick side. It's going to fall. There it went. They have 2 bags in apiece. David Poke's bags fell in. That's 3-2. Travis sets up with a level 1 block. Poke goes in with that bag. Travis goes up, and then we have a social. Gotta make it exciting, guys. All right, Kevin B is up. He throws. He's got a level 2 block, a diamond block, sitting in the middle of the board. Ryan throws beside of it. Now Kevin's going to probably do a roll shot, and he does. He goes up with a roll bag. He's sitting right on the edge of the hole. Half of his bag's in. Ryan goes to the left, setting up beside Kevin's bag. Kevin does a roll shot and drags both bags in. Oh, and Ryan knocks Kevin's bag to the left, setting it in the hole. Oh, and Kevin goes up. He has to have two of these bags. Oh, and he only gets one. It's a 12 on 6, giving David Polk and Kevin B the win, making the score 21-17.
Pass me. Pass me.
All right. All right. Want to thank everybody for tuning in. For y'all that held in here with us until the end, we thank you. Appreciate you very much for being a part of this night here at Krave Cornhole. Want to thank our sponsors, Hartsville Garage Doors, Bust You Up Cornhole, Kelly's Bars and Grills, Bag Junkies, Headlights Are Us, and Bridges Corp, Angie's Pressure Washing. Thank you all so much for your sponsorship, and hope that you have a good week in, because the week is just about over. Tomorrow is Friday. Time to relax and take it easy for the rest of the week. We're closing out here now at Headlights Are Us. Just want to give a big appreciation and thank you to everyone that tuned in. And we'll see you next Monday. Give us a holler on the internet. We'll be live next Monday. So give us a holler. Shout out to us. We're going to get this thing worked out to where we don't have no problems whatsoever. So everybody have a good night. Be safe going to work in the morning, to those of you that are working tomorrow morning. So anyway, we'll see you next week. Good night. Hey, thank you, Travis Purser.